So, you want to know about orcs? Ha, that's rich. You've got the look green around the edges, boots barely scuffed, not a single scar that screams, I've seen what's out there. Let me guess they gave you a data slate. Maybe a few grainy pics, told you orcs are just some loud, stupid xenos, easily handled with enough lasguns and faith. They always start with that lie. Helps the new ones sleep at night. But you came here, to me, which means some part of you, some cursed, half-awake itch in the back of your skull wants the truth. Well, you'll get it, but don't expect to sleep after. Orcs ain't a problem, lad. Problems have solutions. Orcs are a constant, like gravity, like rust, like war. They're not born, you know. They don't breed like us, or like most things. They grow, like mushrooms. You kill one, and if you don't burn every last scrap, in a few weeks you've got a whole bloody crop of them sprouting out the soil, squigs, grots, and full-grown boys ready to brawl. It's not a species, it's an ecosystem. Think about that for a second. One orc dies, and that's just the start of your problems. Fungus, sentient, belligerent, gun-wielding fungus. That's what they are. Walking, roaring, spore-spewing nightmares. I've seen a battlefield go quiet, nothing left but the corpses. And then a month later, new green bastards start crawling out of the swamps like it's some kind of rebirth ritual. You burn them, you bomb them, you banish them. Doesn't matter. They come back, not out of malice, not out of vengeance, just 'cause fighting is what they do. They don't need a reason. That's the worst part. No politics, no ideology, no broken treaties. Orcs fight because it's fun, because it's what they were made for. And the galaxy lets them. You ever hear that word, Waaagh? Yeah, the greenies shout it all the time. Think it's just a war cry? A joke? Nah, Waaagh's not a word. It's a storm, a psychic tide. When enough orcs get together and get excited, and trust me, they get excited real easy, that word becomes real. It fuels them, strengthens them, makes their tech work better, makes them tougher, faster, louder. You ever see a red-painted buggy move faster just because they believe red makes it go faster? I have. You ever watch a gun with no power source still fire because a crowd of orcs assumes it should? I have. I've seen a weird boy scream into the warp and call down lightning because 20,000 green idiots were cheering at him to do something flashy. They're not just fighters. They're reality's parasites. Their belief reshapes the world around them. And what do they believe in? Fighting, killing, winning. And if they don't win, doesn't count. Nah. If an orc dies, that's a good scrap. If he runs, he lives to try again. If he gets captured, well, that's just an opportunity to headbutt someone later. Orcs never lose not in their heads, and that makes them real hard to stop. I once saw an orc get shot through the chest, leg blown off, one eye missing, and he laughed. Laughed like it was a party, crawled over, and tried to bite the sergeant's face off before he finally bled out. They feel pain, sure. They just don't care. Cut off an arm? They'll staple a chainsaw to the stump and call it an upgrade. Rip out an eye? That's space for a targeting lens. Saw a pain boy once. That's their idea of a medic bolt, a squig to a dying orc's spine, and tell him to get back to the front. And the bastard did. Tell me, what do you do against a species that treats death as a laugh and suffering as a badge of honor? You think exterminatus is harsh? That's not for them. That's for us. That's the only way we know to stop the spores from taking root. Whole worlds gone to ash just to make sure the bastards don't get back up in a year or two. And they still find a way. You still want to know more? The psyker's grin fades, the fire crackles, and something in the corner of your perception whispers a single word, soft and terrible. Waaagh. Right. So, you understand now they're not born, they grow, but I don't think you truly grasp what that means. It's not just that they sprout from spores. It's how thorough it is. Wherever they go, they leave pieces of themselves behind: sweat, blood, skin, whatever. And all of it, every filthy scrap, carries spores, invisible, dormant, patient. You wipe out a war band, think it's over. The war's won. Medals, speeches, parades. But deep under the soil, in the shadowed corners of your cities, in the cracks of your hab blocks, it starts. Mushrooms, strange noises in the vents, missing groks. Then someone finds green skin in the sewers. And by the time anyone takes it seriously, there's already dozens of them, teeth gnashing, weapons banging together, looking for a good scrap. Because that's how orcs work. They are the infestation. Kill the body, the infection lingers. Bomb the planet, and you still have spores drifting through space, clinging to hulls, hiding in air recyclers. I've seen ships scoured in holy flame still carry the curse. I've seen agri-worlds turn into war zones in the span of weeks. You know how many types of orcoids exist? Dozens, all growing from the same spores, each with its role. You've got your standard boys, big, loud, thick as a void hatch. Then you've got the Gretchengrots, as they call them, sniveling little goblins who do all the menial labor, sabotage and backstabbing. Then there are the snotlings. Don't even ask. Just think of angry, half-sentient fungus rats. Then there's the squigs. Oh, the squigs. They come in all shapes and sizes. Hair squigs, food squigs, exploding squigs, face-eating squigs. Once saw a war boss with a squig that acted as his toupee. Thing hissed every time he got angry. Gave commands with more authority, he said. They grow an entire ecosystem around them. A walking war machine society. Self-sustaining. Self-replicating. If even a single spore survives, the whole thing can start again. And you know what the worst part is? They don't even know they're doing it. Not really. They don't understand that they're a biological weapon. They don't need to. It's just in them, like instinct. Somewhere in their degenerate fungal DNA, there's a map for planetary conquest, for cultural saturation, for total infestation. You know how long a single orc can live? Forever, if you don't kill him. I've seen them survive vacuum, toxic fog, warp storms, had one charge out of a firestorm with half his torso slagged and still screaming for a fight. Pain doesn't matter. Infection doesn't matter. They don't need doctors, just a pain boy to staple things back in place and slap them on the back. And then they keep fighting. Always fighting. They grow, they fight, they die, they grow again. The war doesn't end, it germinates. You ever hear the name Krork? No, of course you haven't. Not in your precious administratum-approved education. But I've heard the name. Echoes in the warp. Whispers from ancient ruins. Dreams that crawl behind the veil of sleep. Krork were what orcs used to be, before they degenerated, before they became the mad green horde we know today. Bigger, smarter, more focused. Still wanted to fight, though. That part never changed. But if the Krork ever came back, if something triggered that ancient memory, Emperor, help us all. Because the orcs we know now, they're nothing compared to what they once were. And even now, in their idiot joy and endless violence, they're more than enough. You burn them, and they take root. You bomb them, and they bloom. You forget them, and they come back laughing. You think a tyrannid swarm is terrifying. At least tyrannids need biomass. Orcs just need time. A little soil. A little darkness. A little hate. The war doesn't come on ships. It comes in the dirt beneath your feet. You still sure you want to keep listening? You ever watch an orc charge? No, I don't mean a pict feed. I don't mean a scribbled sketch in some dusty regimental archive. I mean stand there, bolt gun in hand, when the air starts shaking from their war cries and the ground trembles beneath 1,000 iron-booted feet. It's not like fighting humans. It's not like chaos. It's not even like tyrannids. With those, there's still logic, purpose, malice or hunger or command. With orcs, it's joy. I've seen it, that look in their eyes when the bullets start flying, that giddy, wide-mouthed grin, the bellow of a war boss so deep you feel it in your spine, the laughter of boys when the first grenade goes off. It's not the madness of rage, it's the madness of celebration. Like a child unwrapping a gift, only the gift is your face, and they plan to rip it off with a rusty cleaver. They don't charge for victory. They don't fight for territory. They don't even care who you are. They charge because that's the best part of the day, because it's fun. To an orc, battle isn't the means, it's the point. I watched one mob tear through a penal legion, didn't even hesitate when their knob got pulped by a missile, just laughed, grabbed his shooter, and kept running. I saw another jump off a cliff, mind you, to reach a lemon rus, hit the hull, broke both legs, and still clawed his way to the hatch, screaming, "Open up, ya gits," the whole time. They love it. And I mean love it. You kill one, and his mates cheer. You shoot off a limb, and he tries to bite you with the other arm. You blow up his buggy, and he comes back later to thank you for the Roit Propa boom and ask if you want to do it again. There's no fear, no hesitation, no concept of death as something to avoid, just another step in the dance. And if they're not fighting someone else, they'll fight each other. Over food, over loot, over who gets to ride in front, over nothing at all. Infighting isn't a breakdown, it's maintenance. Keeps them strong, sharp, ready. Every orc believes in one law: might makes right. If you're bigger, louder, and hit harder, you're the boss. If you're not, well, you get crumped. That's how they rise. That's how they fall. And that's how they like it. An orc doesn't sit around scheming. He doesn't write a manifesto. He just walks up, smashes your face in, and if no one stops him, he's the new leader. That's orc logic. If you ain't the biggest, you better be the fastest. I saw a war boss once, Ghazghkull, I think his name was, climb on top of his own battle wagon mid-charge just to scream louder than the engine. Got shot in the throat. Didn't stop him. Just yelled louder with the other one. And when he finally got cut down by a plasma blast, his second in command, a knob the size of a dreadnought, walked over, ripped off his jaw, wore it like a mask, and bellowed, "Roit, now is the boss." And no one disagreed. Tell me what kind of society promotes that? What kind of world thrives on that? Theirs. They don't build empires like the Imperium. They don't spread ideology like the Tau. They don't mutate like Chaos. They just are. They infest, they grow, they fight, and they laugh while doing it. I've seen them smash through PDF lines without tactics, without support, just wave after wave of green screaming maniacs. And it works. Not because they're clever, not because they're coordinated, but because they're relentless. You kill 5, 10 more, show up. You hold the line, they dig under it. You retreat, they chase. You stand your ground, they smile. Orcs don't care how many of them die. They only care how much fun they had doing it. And that, my boy, is what makes them so very, very dangerous. Now, I can see it in your eyes. You're thinking, okay, they're big, they're mean, they're loud, but at least they're stupid, right? Their weapons look like trash. Their vehicles are rust buckets on wheels, and their ships look like scrap heaps held together with glue and hope. Ha! Oh, lad, if only that were true. You look at their guns, and you see junk, bolted plates, misaligned barrels, ammo feeds that shouldn't function. No power core, no stabilizers, no logical design. Just a mess of iron, grease, and bad intentions. And then they fire. No, really, they fire. And they keep firing. And sometimes they fire faster the more they overheat. I've seen one jam and explode only for the orc, wielding it to use the shrapnel as throwing knives. They call it Daka. You'll hear that word a lot. Daka, more Daka. Not enough Daka. It means bullets, firepower, noise, presence. It's a philosophy. And when a mech boy builds a weapon, he doesn't ask, will this work? He asks, will this make enough noise? And somehow it works. You ever stand in front of a def gun that looks like it was made from 4 unrelated pipes and a generator core from a coffee machine? I have. It turned half a platoon into red mist. Nothing but boots and regrets left behind. They've got no tech priests, no standard templates, no manuals, no logic, just instinct. See, mechs, that's what they call their engineers, don't learn their trade. They remember it. It's buried in their brain. Meat like a spore. Genetic memory. You hand a mech a pile of scrap, and somehow he knows how to build a teleportation rig. Not well, not safely, but it'll probably move you from point A to point B. Maybe. Maybe it sends you into a wall, or explodes, or both. But the thing is, when orcs use it, it tends to work, because they believe it will. That's the terrifying part. The warp reacts to belief, right? You've been briefed on that. The Emperor's light, the faith of the ecclesiarchy, the rituals of the Mechanicus, all of it reinforces reality through conviction. Well, orcs don't pray, they don't chant, they just assume. If an orc thinks his red buggy goes faster, it does. If he thinks a pile of junk is a gun, it fires. If he thinks he's invincible, well, you'd better bring something heavy. There's an experiment, old inquisitorial records. Took an orc's gun, gave it to a human, wouldn't shoot. No matter what they did, then they gave it back to the orc. He pulled the trigger once, and it leveled the range. Imperial scientists tore out their hair. Tech priests recited litanies until their tongues bled. Made no difference. It's not science. It's not engineering. It's orc. Think. I once watched a mech attach a giant buzzsaw to the front of a truck with what looked like rope, spit, and optimism. Then he drove it straight into a Baneblade and won. They build walkers, deaf dreads, killicans loud, stompy things with saws and claws and way too many arms. They build planes that somehow fly even when aerodynamically they shouldn't even taxi. Seen a jet called a Ghazghkull? Imagine a screaming metal coffin with 12 guns, 1 wing, and a pilot laughing so hard he can barely see. That's a Ghazghkull. And then there's the Gargants. Oh, Emperor, the Gargants. Orc titans, massive walking gods of metal and flame, shaped like Gork and Mork, their so-called gods. Each one a city-sized shrine to violence, belching smoke and stepping on tanks like ants. They're loud, they're ridiculous, and they work. That's the worst of it. And when they break, doesn't matter. Mechs patch it with a welding torch and a squig bladder, and they're good to go. You see, their machines don't need precision. They don't need efficiency. They need to be loud, scary, and full of spikes. And, most importantly, believed in. And with enough orcs around, that belief might just be strong enough to bend reality itself. You'd think with all that chaos, the brawling, the looting, the fix-it-with-a-wrench and a squig mindset, that orcs wouldn't have structure. Wrong again. They've got clans, lad, big ones, ancient ones, older than the Imperium maybe, each with its own style, its own obsession. They don't have heraldry the way the Adeptus Astartes do, but by the throne you can smell the difference, you feel it. And each one's mad in its own special way. Goths come first, always the Goths. Biggest, meanest, loudest. If it doesn't bleed, they ain't interested. Goths don't like subtlety. Don't like shooting too much either, not unless it's up close and spraying like a squig with diarrhea. They like choppas, axes, cleavers, claws, teeth on chains, anything that can split a man in half in one swing. They paint in black and white, sometimes red, if they're feeling festive, and they fight in tight mobs, shoulder to shoulder. Discipline, if you can believe it. Goth mobs march into the teeth of enemy fire, because getting shot at is part of the warm-up. You kill one, and the others cheer. Ghazghkull. You've heard that name, haven't you? Prophet of Gork and Mork, great Waaagh leader. He's a Goth through and through, cut from the blackest mold of that brutal tribe. If the Goths had a creed, it'd be this: don't talk, Crump. Then there's the evil sons, mad bastards, the lot of them. Speed freaks, obsessed with going fast. Don't matter what it is, bikes, trucks, buggies, even jet-propelled warboars if you believe the stories. They paint everything red, 'cause say it with me, red ones go faster. Imagine a dust storm, an engine scream, and then something with wheels and guns and a grinning orc on top crashes through your trench line. That's an evil son. I saw a whole convoy once. Must have been 30 vehicles, strong roar past an entire defensive line without even stopping. They weren't attacking the base. No, they were racing each other. Base was just in the way. Death skulls now. Death skulls are what you get when you give a kleptomaniac a last cannon. They're looters, scavengers, superstitious gits who paint themselves blue for luck. I mean full body, teeth to toe blue. If it ain't nailed down, they'll nick it, and if it is nailed down, they'll nick the whole floor. I once saw a Death Skull mech drag a damaged Lehman Russ into his workshop, slap a glyph on the side, and call it his own. Change nothing else, just the glyph. Somehow it worked. The damn thing rolled out the next day, spitting shells like it was fresh from the forge. They're also weirdly cunning, trap layers, saboteurs, and surprisingly clever, at least by orc standards. If something goes missing in the camp, Death Skull. If your boot explodes, Death Skull. If your head explodes, could still be a Death Skull. Bad moons come next, the rich boys. Why? 'Cause their teeth grow faster. Yeah, see, orcs use teeth as money. They regrow them all the time. But bad moons? Their chompers pop out like popcorn. So they're loaded. Always strutting around with the best guns, the biggest armor, the flashiest gear. They love gold, love yellow paint, love being seen. Flash gits, the snazziest, loudest shootin' boys in the galaxy, usually come from bad moon stock. Ever seen a flash git? Picture an orc with a gun so massive it needs a suspension harness and a grot to carry the ammo, covered in gold, trophies, and wearing sunglasses made from enemy tank visors. That's your boy. They're arrogant, lazy sometimes, but rich, which makes them dangerous. Snakebites, though, oh, they're old school. Traditionalists, don't like tech, don't trust it, prefer squigs and beasts to buggies and bots. They ride into battle on boars. Real ones, massive, tusked, foaming things. Wear hides. Paint their skin with mud and blood. Worship Gork and Mork with actual chants and scars. Think the old ways are best. And in some twisted orc way, they might be right. Tough as nails. Durable. Seen a snakebite warboss take a last cannon to the gut and keep walking. Not because he's smart, because he's too stubborn to fall. And then there's the blood axes. Oh, the others hate them, think they're traitors, cowards, sneaky gits. But let me tell you the blood axes. They're the most dangerous ones of the lot. They use tactics, camouflage, retreat, ambushes. I saw one regiment actually line up like a guard unit flanking maneuvers, forward observers, artillery support, had human-style radios strapped to their knobs, and it worked. Some say they've worked as mercenaries for humans. Others say they learned from humans. Whatever the truth, they're more than just green brutes. They think, and that makes the other orcs nervous. Each clan brings its madness to the Waaagh. Each one fills a role. They don't need orders, don't need planning. The tide just knows where to crash. They don't have culture in the way we do. No books, no music, no history. But what they have is momentum. Raw, bleeding, stomping momentum. And once it starts, well, you either get out of the way or get flattened. You hear the word tossed around like it's a joke, like it's just another Xenos quirk. Waaagh. They shout it, they paint it on walls, They bellow it in your face before they split your skull. But you don't really get what it means. A Waaagh isn't a war. It's a detonation. It's a detonation of violence, belief, and green. It's what happens when enough orcs in one place get excited enough, angry enough, loud enough that the whole galaxy feels it. I'm not just talking about military scale here. I mean psychic resonance. Reality trembles when a Waaagh is in full swing. You think the Astronomicon is a light in the warp? A Waaagh is a storm. A green, howling, teeth-grinding storm that floods every corner of the materium it touches. You feel it before you see it. A pressure, a vibration, like the air's holding its breath. Animals panic. Machines' spirits wail. Sanity starts to itch. And then come the ships. Ramshackle monstrosities made of scrap and more scrap. Junkers welded together with orc teeth and optimism. Whole asteroids retrofitted into engines of war. Space hulks filled with screaming boys banging on the bulkheads because they're already bored. I was on a listening station once. Deep void. Nothing for light years. And one day, silence breaks. Not static, not warp noise. Something else. Chanting. Thousands of voices screaming, "Waaagh!" across a dozen frequencies, bleeding through comms, vox, and dreams alike. We traced it to a fleet moving at subluminal speed, just drifting, singing war. It took out 5 worlds before Segmentum Command even believed the reports were real. The Waaagh is more than a campaign. It's a crusade. A green crusade with no doctrine, no logistics, no timetable. Just the fight. You think I'm exaggerating? Let me tell you about Armageddon. Second War. Ghazghkull again. Yes, him. That bastard. He came like a hurricane. His fleet blotted out the stars, landed on 3 continents at once. Not because of some great tactical stratagem. No, it's just that his boys couldn't wait their turn. The planet's defenses folded in days. Hive cities were reduced to rubble. PDF regiments melted like wax under the heat of the invasion. They didn't just conquer. They played with us. Knocked down fortifications just to see how fast we'd rebuild them, then smashed them again. It was a game, a challenge. And you know what's worse than that? They were having fun. Ever hear a war boss laugh over an open Vox channel while he tears a tank apart with his bare hands? You don't forget that sound. It doesn't echo in your ears, it roots itself in your bones. We only held the line because the Emperor, in his infinite cruelty, saw fit to throw half the damn Astartes at it. Blood angels, salamanders, black templars, whole chapters, lad. And even they bled. I watched from a command bunker as a salamander dreadnought fought a death dread one-on-one, both on fire, both missing limbs, and both shouting, "Come on then," loud enough to drown out the artillery. That was just one battle, of hundreds. The war went on for years, and when it finally looked like we might push them back, Ghazghkull left. Just left. Took his fleet, what was left of it, and left. No grand finale, no last stand. He just looked at the fire and said, "Right, I'm done here. Gonna find a bigger fight." Do you know what that does to a soldier's mind? You fight, bleed, lose everything, and the enemy decides they're bored? That they've had enough fun for one campaign and they're off to the next? Even the Space Marines were shaken. Not by the casualties, by the absurdity of it. That's a Waaagh, lad. That's what it really is. It's not strategy. It's not conquest. It's momentum. Rage and laughter tied into a screaming green avalanche that buries anything in its path, then tumbles on in search of the next hill. Waaghs have ended crusades, broken craft worlds, snuffed out forge worlds like candles in a storm. And they're never over. They just move on. You ever ask yourself if orcs have gods? Of course you haven't. Why would you? They don't build temples. They don't chant litanies. They don't sacrifice in the traditional sense, unless you count chucking grots into engines for fun. But they've got gods. Oh yes, two of them. Ancient, brutal, loud. Gork brutal but cunning. And Mork cunning but brutal. And no, that's not a joke. That's theology, lad. Orkish theology. Which is to say, a punch to the teeth and a boot in the groin with deep spiritual meaning. No one knows where they came from, not even the orcs. They don't have holy texts, because orcs don't read. Their sermons are shouted across battlefields. Their scriptures are etched into the side of war engines in the shape of squig skulls and flames. But the belief is real. And if you've spent enough time around them, if you've felt that pressure in the warp when a Waaagh starts to build, if you've seen the impossible become real, just because a mob of lunatics believed hard enough, you start to wonder, maybe Gork and Mork are real. Not like our emperor. Not a soul on a golden throne. Number more like forces, archetypes, sentient ideas made of violence, laughter, and green fury. Warp entities that exist because orcs need them to. And believe me, the warp provides. Orcs don't really distinguish between the two, mind you. Ask them which one is which, and you'll get different answers from every boy. Gork hits you when you're looking, and Mork hits you when you ain't. That's the usual. Some say Gork's the god of war. Others say Mork is the god of trickery. Doesn't matter. They're both fists the size of continents, and they want you smashed. I once met a weird boy orc psykers. Yeah, we'll get to those later, who claimed he could hear the gods talking during a fight. Not in words, but in pressure, direction, rage. He said Mork told him when to duck and Gork told him when to scream. He laughed himself into a seizure and exploded 10 seconds later. Fitting, really. They don't pray to their gods in quiet. They shout to them in the middle of battle. Oi Gork, watch this, before a suicide charge. This one's for Mork. Right before tossing a flaming squig into a bunker. And maybe, just maybe, those gods do watch. Maybe they listen. Maybe that's why the impossible keeps happening when the orcs are involved. I've seen orcs survive things that should have killed them a dozen times over. Not because of armor, not because of luck, because they believed Gork or Mork wanted them to win, that they were chosen, blessed. I watched a war boss fight. A daemon prince. No relics, no sorcery, just a chain axe, bad grammar, and the roar of thousands of orcs behind him. He won. He ripped the daemon's spine out and yelled, "That one's for Gorky." And you know what the worst part is? The daemon was scared. It knew it was facing something real. Not orderly, not controlled, but real. Orc religion is simple. You fight well. You please the gods. You fight like a grot. They forget you. They don't fear death, because death in battle is salvation. Orcs don't dream of peace. They dream of bigger fights. Of dying gloriously, covered in blood and oil and glory, so that maybe, just maybe, Gork and Mork notice. They say the best of them go to the Great Green, an endless plain where orcs fight forever, never dying, never tiring, just scrap after scrap, day after day. Sounds like hell, right? To us? Yeah. But to an orc? That's heaven. Hierarchy? In orc society? No charts, no ranks, no promotion paperwork. No one wears medals unless they ripped it off a commissar and thought it looked shiny. But there is a structure. Simple, effective, savage. The bigger you are, the more right you have to talk. The louder you are, the more boys will listen. The harder you crump, the higher you climb. At the bottom, you've got your boys. Just boys. That's what they're called. Doesn't matter if they're fresh spawned from a spore bed or veterans of 1,000 scraps, they're all boys until they prove otherwise. They travel in mobs, led by whoever's the loudest or has the fanciest hat, usually a knob. Knobs are bigger, tougher, meaner. They fought, won, and crumped their way to the top of their mob. Every knob has his own style. Some wear spiky armor. Some paint flames on their guns. One, I saw, had a cybernetic jaw made from a tank hatch. Another dragged a grot behind him on a chain who repeated everything he shouted, just louder. Their job? Keep the boys in line, not by inspiring them, by hitting them harder than the enemy would. Above the knobs, that's where the war boss comes in. Oh, war bosses. Those are the real monsters. They're huge, twice the size of a man, voice like a bolter, and a temper like a dropped melta charge. A war boss doesn't take command. He becomes command. He walks into a camp, smashes the biggest knob's face in, shouts something vaguely inspirational, usually involving Dhaka, loot, or bigger booms, and if no one dares shoot him in the back that night, boom, he's the boss. Charisma? Don't need it. Strategy? Overrated. All you need is presence, weight, and a really, really big claw. Some war bosses are surprisingly clever for orcs, I mean. They can rally dozens of mobs, coordinate vague plans, even set objectives like smash that city, then loot that factory. But more often than not, it's just one goal: fight more. I saw one war boss who made his knobs ride chain squigs like horses, claimed it made them faster. Another had a grot announcer who blew a horn every time he entered battle so his boys could cheer louder. Showmanship. Raw, stomping showmanship. And it works. Because orcs follow strength. They respect it. Not in the way we respect medals or rank number. They respect it in the way a predator respects another with sharper teeth. And when a war boss dies, power vacuum. Suddenly every knob's best mates until the first punch. Then it's fists, knives, shooters, and oi! Eyes in charge now. Sometimes the boys split, go different ways. Other times, a new boss rises up right there in the blood and smoke. It's not chaos, lad. It's orc order. It's the rhythm of their kind. But there's another layer, higher still. Specialists. You've got your pain boys orc medics, if you can call them that. Butchery and madness. One removed his own eye so he could install a bionic squig that blinks better. Mech boys engineers. If you can strap a gun to it, they'll do it. And if you can't, they'll still try. Weird boys. Oh, you'll love them. Psykers powered by the Waaagh field. The more orcs around, the stronger they get. Too strong sometimes. Heads pop. Things explode. Reality hiccups. But the boys love it. Each of these freaks has a role, and they all orbit around the war boss like satellites around a very angry, very unstable star. And then, sometimes one orc gets too big, too smart, too loud, too successful. He stops being a war boss. He becomes a Waaagh boss, a prophet, a living embodiment of green war. You know the name. Ghazghkull. Mag Uruk Thraka. I met someone once, an astropath, who'd heard his voice in a dream, said it wasn't words. It was like thunder inside his skull, a command without language, a need to destroy. He clawed out his own eyes and screamed for 3 days. Ghazghkull is more than a war boss. He's a symbol, a force. Some say he speaks to Gork and Mork directly. Others say he is one of them. Me? I don't know. But I know wherever he goes, worlds burn. And orcs follow, not because he promises them glory, not because he offers rewards, but because when he yells, Waaagh! The whole galaxy feels it. That's orc leadership. Not ruled by law, ruled by volume, ruled by impact, ruled by whoever can hit the hardest and live to laugh about it. You've heard his name. Everyone's heard his name. Even the stars whisper it when they go dark. Ghazghkull Maguruk Thraka. Say it again. Feel how it chews through your teeth like gravel. That name doesn't just belong to an orc. It is the Waaagh, a walking, shouting apocalypse in green skin and armor. But he didn't start that way. Oh no. Back then, he was just another Goff, just another war boss bashing heads and stealing teeth. Skull cracked open by a bolt round during a minor skirmish. Should have died. Should have bled out on the dirt like so many others. But he didn't. They dragged him to a pain boy. Now, most pain boys just staple you back together with nails and wire and maybe a squig or two. This one, Mad Doc Grotznik upgraded him. Didn't just fix his brain. Did something else. No one knows what. Maybe it was divine inspiration. Maybe it was a spark of Gork and Mork. Maybe the DOK installed one squig too many. But when Ghazghkull stood up, he started to speak. Not shout, not grunt. Speak. With purpose, with fury, with vision. And the boys listened. See, most orc leaders fight their way to the top. Ghazghkull talked his way there. Between the crumping, sure, but he had something else. He had belief. He said the gods had spoken to him, Gork and Mork themselves, and they had told him to unite the orcs, to spread the Waaagh, not just for loot, not just for fun, for destiny. And for once, an orc believed in something more than a good fight. He believed in a great fight. He took his boys and went after Armageddon, a hive world so big it needed 2 continents to hold it all. Not for resources, not for strategy, because it was there. Because smashing it would prove he was right, and nearly did. First Waaagh, bad enough. Second, worse. By the time the guard even understood what was happening, Ghazghkull was already carving hive cities in half. I was there. Not on the front lines, Emperor, save me, but in the Voxnet, listening, recording. I heard his speeches, broadcast to the whole planet, loud, guttural, like steel tearing through rock. "There's nowt but war," he screamed, "and that's the way it's supposed to be." Orcs howled. Humans cried. Vox officers vomited from the psychic feedback. He left Armageddon when it bored him, not when he was losing, when he was done. He said there were bigger fights waiting. And now, he's back. Bigger, smarter, more focused. His body is more metal than flesh, clad in mega, armor so thick it hums with suppressed violence, one claw the size of a rhino, one eye glowing red with rage. His army grows every day, not because he calls them, but because orcs feel it, feel him, across stars, through the warp, like a beacon, a bonfire of green fury lighting up the void. And the thing is, he's not just a war boss anymore. He's a prophet, a chosen of the gods, anointed not with oil but with blood and fire and teeth. They say he can't die, that Gork and Mork protect him personally, that his belief in the Waaagh is so strong it bends bullets around him, cracks tanks with a shout, and inspires orcs to fight harder than they ever have. Some say he's becoming something else, something bigger than a body, that the warp around him thickens, that the very act of believing in Ghazghkull gives him more power. And that's the part that keeps inquisitors awake at night. Because orcs don't usually follow orders, don't plan, don't unite. But with Ghazghkull, they do. And if enough orcs follow him, truly follow him, in the way humans follow saints, in the way cultists follow demons, then who's to say he won't become what they believe he is? Not just a warlord, a god. You ever think orcs are all the same? That's your first mistake. Sure, most of them are boys shooting, stomp, and yelling, but every Waaagh needs more than just muscles. Even orcs figured that out. So, somewhere in the spore stream, something twisted grows, smarter, stranger, with urges that don't quite fit the normal mold. And when it pops out of the muck, you get the specialists. First up, pain boys, orc medics. But don't let that word fool you. They're not surgeons, they're butchers, tinkerers, artists, if you ask them. A pain boy doesn't heal, he fixes. You get your arm blown off, he'll strap a buzzsaw to the stump and say it's an upgrade. Spine shattered, he'll replace half your skeleton with squig bones and wrench bits. Missing an eye? Lucky you. Now you've got a flamer that activates when you blink. I watched one once, Grotspleen, I think his name was, took a dying knob, opened him up on a table with a chainsword, and shoved a grot inside to run the bits manually. It worked. For 3 days. Then they both exploded. But what a 3 days it was. Orcs trust pain boys in their way. Not because they're gentle emperor, no, but because they make boys better, meaner, scarier. And if a few grots get sewn into the wrong place along the way, well, that's just part of the process. Then there's the mechs, short for mech boys. They're the engineers, the tinkerers. And when I say tinker, I mean strap 2 fusion reactors to a bike and see what happens. They don't go to school. They don't study. They just know. It's in them, like a memory from something older, deeper, smarter. A mech can look at a pile of junk and see a tank, a flyer, a robot with 16 arms and a squig brain. Doesn't matter if it shouldn't work, it will, because he thinks it will. One mech I met had built a gravity gun. No idea how. Probably didn't either. When it fired, it collapsed a hallway into a golf ball-sized knot of screaming metal. Fired it twice, then sold it for teeth, and built something with more spikes. They're always building, always improving, always blowing things up accidentally on purpose. They're the backbone of Orc war. Without mechs, there'd be no war trucks, no killicans, no gargants. Just boys throwing rocks. Come to think of it, they'd still fight, but it'd be a lot messier. And then there's the weird boys. You feel that shift in the air just now? Yeah, that's the warp reacting to the very idea of them. Weird boys are psykers, orc psykers. You know what happens when you put a psychic conduit into the middle of a mob of orcs all shouting, cheering, believing? Something breaks. Reality. That's what breaks. A weird boy doesn't channel power. He absorbs it. The Waaagh field, the psychic energy created by the presence and emotion of nearby orcs, builds inside him like steam in a rusted boiler. The more boys nearby, the more unstable he becomes. Sometimes he just sparks. Sometimes he levitates. Sometimes he vomits lightning and melts half the battlefield into soup. And if he can't let it out in time, he explodes. Not just dies, explodes. Brains, limbs, warp energy, the whole 9 yards. The boys love it. E did a proper boom. They'll cheer. Bet I could explode better. They follow weird boys into battle just to see what'll happen. And sometimes the weird boy shouts so loud it echoes through the warp, calls down comets, summons green fire, or just vaporizes a baneblade out of spite. Sometimes they see things, future things, old things, things buried in the warp's memory. One weird boy I interrogated just repeated the same phrase for an hour. Brain Boys is watching, Brain Boys is coming back, over and over, before he bit off his own tongue and ran headfirst into a bulkhead. Brain Boys. You've heard that word before? Didn't think so. Ancient legend. Among orcs. They say the Brain Boys made 'em. Long time ago. Built the Gork, the ancestors of the orcs. Bigger, smarter, more controlled. Soldiers for a war so ancient, even the Necrons had bedtime. Then something happened. Brain Boys vanished. Maybe killed. Maybe evolved. Maybe left. And the Gork, they forgot. Decayed. Simplified. Became the Orks. But somewhere, deep inside, something remembers. Some echo of the old order. And it leaks out in mechs, in weird boys, in the ones who get just a little too clever. Maybe the Brain Boys aren't gone. Maybe they are coming back. Or maybe Ghazghkull is one. And wouldn't that be something? You think humans are proud of their machines? Ha! We've got titans, battle tanks, air superiority, precision, discipline, engineering doctrine, all that fancy cogboy talk. And then an orc rolls up in a scrap heap on wheels that shouldn't move, let alone fly, and it still outruns a Valkyrie. That's the thing, lad. Orc tech shouldn't work. By every law of physics, by every sacred canticle of the Omnissiah, It shouldn't move at all, but it does. Because they believe it does. Because they want it to. And when they build, they don't build with caution. They build with joy, violence, laughter, explosions as punctuation. Let's start small. Trucks and buggies. Imagine a cargo hauler with no armor, no seatbelts, a chainsaw for a hood ornament, and guns welded to every flat surface. That's a truck. They pile 10, 20 boys in the back. No harnesses, just orcs clinging to whatever they can, sometimes each other. It barrels across the battlefield, engine howling, smoke belching black, exhaust screaming like a tortured machine spirit. And it works. Until it explodes, which is fine, because then they just get out, yell louder, and charge. Buggies are worse, smaller, faster, and somehow louder. Each one's a custom job: rocket buggy, flamer buggy, mine layer buggy. I once saw one with 8 wheels and no steering. It drifted across a crater and launched off a basilisk. Then you've got the Death Dreads and Killicans. Walkers, sort of. Death Dreads are giant metal coffins with saws and claws. A single orc, usually one who volunteered or got tricked into it, is jammed inside. His limbs are wired to the machine. He becomes the Dread. His job? Walk forward. Saw everything in half. They don't run. They stomp. Heavy, uneven, unholy thuds that shake the ground. Their engines scream. Their joints spark. And all the while, the orc inside is laughing his lungs out if he still has any. Killicans are the smaller version, piloted by grots. Yes, grots. Tiny goblin freaks crammed inside tin. Can walkers with oversized guns and egos. They're angry, nervous, probably claustrophobic, which makes them dangerous. A Killican doesn't aim at panics in your direction. And then the planes. Oh, Emperor's teeth. The planes. Daka jets. Burna. Bombas. Blitza. Bombas. Flying slabs of metal powered by rage and instinct. No aerodynamics. No safety systems. Just turbines, red paint, and so many guns. They scream across the sky, belching smoke, bullets, fire, and squigs. Yes, bomb squigs. I once saw a Blitzabomber drop a squig with a stick of dynamite strapped to it. Thing landed on a tank, bit the commander, and then exploded. And of course, they paint them red. 'Cause red uns go faster. They all say it. And you know what? They do. I've seen it. The paint job somehow boosts performance. Vox readings spike. Speed increases. It's not science. It's not engineering. It's belief. Then, at the top of the madness, gargants. You ever seen a titan? Good. Now imagine a titan built by a lunatic, with a welding torch and no regard for balance, proportion, or common sense. That's a gargant. They're huge, walking mountains of metal, covered in guns, banners, horns, and pipes, shaped like Gork or Mork usually, with a grinning mouth, burning eyes, and fists the size of hab blocks. Each one is a mobile fortress, a walking shrine to Orkish violence. It doesn't need targeting systems, it just points in your direction and fires everything. I've watched one stomp through a manufactorum, destroying half a city just by existing. When it finally exploded, it took out 3 square kilometers. The boys? They cheered. Built another. And you can't forget the squigs. Ah, yes, the other cornerstone of orc society. Think of them as multi-purpose living tools. There are squigs for everything. Hair squigs. Orcs glue them to their heads and call it a hairstyle. Tooth squigs. Grown, harvested, and used as currency. Attack squigs. Kept on chains, thrown like grenades. Some explode. Some just bite really, really hard. Music squigs. You squeeze them and they scream in rhythm. That's considered a band. Fuel squigs. I don't even know how. Don't ask. One war boss rode into battle on a massive squig, armored head to hoof, named it Champa. Thing had turrets mounted on its flanks. Never seen anything like it. If it moves, orcs can weaponize it. If it doesn't, they strap rockets to it until it does. Orc tech is insane. It's suicidal. It's loud. It shouldn't work. And yet, when the dust settles and the smoke clears, and the battlefield is nothing but wreckage and regret, the only thing left moving is usually green. You want to know the real secret, don't you? The one nobody talks about. The one that makes tech priests go silent. That makes librarians shift uncomfortably. That makes inquisitors purge entire stations just to stop the whispers. It's not the teeth, not the daka, not the war cries. It's the field. Yeah, that's right. It's not just a word, not just a battle cry, not even just a campaign. It's a field, a psychic phenomenon, a pressure in the air, thick and wild and stupid as a sack of bricks, but undeniably real. Wherever orcs gather in large numbers, it builds, grows, spills out into the materium. It starts as a pulse, a low hum, then a headache, then things start happening. Weapons that shouldn't fire, fire. Vehicles that shouldn't run, run. And things that should be dead get back up. I've seen it firsthand. I was on Virax 4, small agri-world, mostly fungus farms. One orc scout ship crash, landed just one. Before we even responded, spores had taken root. 2 weeks later, a dozen boys. 2 months, 100, 3 months, away. Radio systems fried. Auspex showed false readings. Ration packs went moldy. Laskins misfired. And the orcs? They got stronger, bolder, as if something invisible was whispering to them. It wasn't just numbers. It was belief. Orcs believe, and reality responds. They believe red makes things faster, and it does. They believe their guns will fire, and they do. They believe their boss is invincible, and for a while, he is. You know what the Mechanicus calls it? Paracausal resonance reinforcement. Ha! That's a fancy way of saying it works because they think it does. See, orcs aren't like us. They're part of something bigger, not organized, not conscious, but collective. A subconscious psychic network, primitive but overwhelming. You put 100 humans in a room, and you get politics. You put 100 orcs in a room, and you get a feedback loop of violence-powered belief. They don't know they're doing it. They don't channel it. They don't meditate or focus. They feel it. And the more of them there are, the stronger the field becomes. You get 10 orcs, and their guns work. You get 100, and their trucks get faster. You get 1,000, and you start hearing voices in the walls. You get 1,000,000, and the stars change color. I once read a classified report purged now. I'm sure that suggested orc populations on certain planets had caused local gravitational anomalies, not with machines, not with mass, just with belief. And it goes both ways. They don't just affect the world begins to shift around their expectations. I've seen warp storms part around a fleet, not because of navigation, but because the orcs didn't care. They believed they'd get through, so they did. That's what makes weird boys so dangerous. They act like antennas, lightning rods for the Triple H field. It builds up in them until they erupt, sometimes usefully, often not. But when it does go right, whole squads vanish, tanks melt into puddles, stars scream. I heard one weird boy summoned a squig so big it collapsed a moon. Probably nonsense. Probably. But the point is, the warp responds to them, not to rituals or faith or logic, just to raw, green, unfiltered want. And what they want is war. Always war, always more. And the stronger the Waaagh field gets, the more the galaxy listens. That's why the orcs are unstoppable in large numbers, not because they're smarter, not because they're better equipped, but because when enough of them gather, they start to redefine what's possible. Orc gravity doesn't curve space, it yells at it. Orc weapons don't use physics, they use peer pressure. Orc planes don't fly, they refuse to crash. And if they do crash, that's just an airborne charge. You want to fight orcs? Fine. But the moment you underestimate them, the second you say, they're just dumb greenskins, that's when the ground falls out from under you. Your gun explodes. And an orc with a jetpack made of soup cans punches you in the soul. You ever wonder what orcs do when there's no war on? Trick question. There's always a war on. But let's say just for fun that for a few days, or a week, or maybe even a whole month, there's no one to shoot, no planets to invade, no enemies to stomp. What happens then? They pretend. They pretend there's still a war. They fight anyway, each other. Their grots, the walls, the floor, random squigs. A box once. I saw an orc fight a box for 20 minutes because it wouldn't open. When it finally did, there was nothing inside. He laughed for an hour. That's what orcs do when they're not at war, they simulate it. The camp life. You ever been in an orc camp? No, of course you haven't. You wouldn't be breathing. But I have. Just once. Undercover. I wore scrap, covered myself in grot piss, and hoped no one looked too close. For 3 hours, I lived among them. 3 hours of the loudest, stinkiest, most explosive downtime imaginable. There was no silence. Not for a second. Someone was always yelling, hitting something, firing a gun into the air for fun. They build, or try to, not houses, not shelters, not even proper tents. Number. They build things that move, things that scream, things that explode. One orc built a catapult to launch grots into a wall just to see if they'd bounce. Spoiler, they didn't. Every moment of rest is just prelude to more violence. Entertainment, orc style. Orcs don't sing, they shout in rhythm. Their music sounds like machinery dying in pain, and they love it. I saw a band once. 4 orcs banging on fuel drums while one played a squig like bagpipes. They called themselves Da Smashaheads. The crowd loved it. Started a riot by the second chorus. Half the audience was on fire by the end. They wrestle too. No rules, no ring, just a clearing and the unspoken agreement that whoever's standing last wins. Doesn't matter if you're bleeding or missing limbs. If you can still roar, you're not done. They bet teeth, or squigs, or grots. I saw one bet his own ears. Lost, too. The winner stapled them to his shoulder like a trophy. Trophy keepin'. Orcs love trophies. Not sentimental ones, visible ones. Heads, helmets, tank parts, crushed bolt guns, whole banners of flayed flags and chopped off symbols. They don't remember battles with honor. They remember them with noise. If an orc can't brag about it, he might as well have stayed home. I met a knob once, Big Arda. His name was who wore an entire Space Marine chest plate as a belt. Said he gutted the Yumi while he was still in it. Another had 3 commissar hats. Wore 'em all at once. No reason. Just wanted to flex. Food? You don't want to know, but I'll tell you anyway. Squigs. All the time. Cooked, raw, still wriggling. Squig on a stick. Squig stew. Deep-fried squig legs. They eat 'em whole sometimes. You ever see a grown orc unhinge his jaw like a snake and swallow something still growling? Worst of all, some of them ferment squig guts and call it brew. I tasted it once. My tongue tried to escape my mouth. I blacked out for 2 days. Had visions of a mech building a battleship from screaming teeth. They loved it. Said it was a bit mild. Social life? Oh, they've got it. Just not like we'd recognize. Their greetings? Headbutts. Flirting? Headbutts. Respect? Headbutts but with love? I watched 2 orcs fall in Louvre once. Lasted a week. They painted flames on each other's armor. fought side by side in mock battles. Then she crumped him with a wrench because he looked at another knob's banner too long. Romantic in a way. Language? Half words, half yelling, half spitting. Yeah, that's too many halves. That's orc math. They'll make up words on the spot. If it sounds angry and ends in a punch, it's probably a compliment. Best part? They understand each other. Mostly. Somehow. But here's the truth. Every moment of orc life, even the quiet ones, leads back to battle. Everything they build, eat, yell, paint, or explode is just training for the next fight. Even sleeping, if they do, it is probably just laying there thinking about punching someone in the morning. They don't dream of peace. They dream of bigger wars. You ask an orc who his enemies are? Anyone what ain't me. That's the answer. Every time. Doesn't matter who, doesn't matter why. If you ain't part of his mob, if you ain't screaming with him, then you're just another face to crump. And if you are screaming with him, he might still crump you, just to warm up. The Imperium of man. Oh, the greenies love the Imperium. Not in a friendly way. In the way a squig loves biting ankles. Humans are everywhere. Always building things, guarding things, fighting things. That makes them perfect. To an orc, humans are like mobile loot crates with legs and guns. They don't understand the bureaucracy, don't care, but they respect the fight. Imperial Guard lines? Great fun. Space Marines? Even better. Dem big shiny boys who hit back real hard. They call Astartes boss Yumis, always eager to test themselves. I once saw a war boss save a fallen Ultramarine's corpse just so he could show his mates he beat one of the blue boys proper. You can kill orcs, but they'll thank you for the scrap. The Tau. Orcs call them blue gits. That's about the kindest thing they'll ever say. Ta tech impresses them for about 5 seconds. Then they try to steal it, break it, or tape a squig to it and see if it explodes better. The Tau's whole diplomacy thing? That goes real bad. They send an envoy, the orcs eat him. Then they send a bigger envoy, the orcs fight him. You can't reason with someone who thinks punching you is the start of a conversation. Tau drones. Fun target practice. To suits? Big shiny toys. Tau philosophy. Ha! Orcs think the greater good is a type of explosive. The Eldar, Eldari, if you want to be technical, to orcs, Eldar are the best chase ever. Fast, dodgy, screamy, and real satisfying when you finally catch one. They call them pointy, Edgits, or dancy boys. Never met an orc who respected their elegance, but they love trying to swat them out of the air like bugs. Eldar hate orcs. Hate them more than almost anything. The feeling's not mutual. Orcs think they're hilarious. Dim fancy gits always running around with shiny swords and acting like they smell something bad. They'll paint Eldar helmets onto squigs, wear their bones as earrings. One mech I saw used a warlock spear as an antenna. Said it gave his bike better reception. Chaos. Now this is complicated. Orcs don't fear chaos. Not really. Not like humans do. The warp doesn't tempt them, doesn't seduce them. They're already too mad, too violent, too orky. You can't corrupt something that already loves madness. They fight chaos because it fights back. Nurgle daemons? Gross, smashable. Horn. Now that gets respect. Orcs like corn. E gets it, they say. Straight to the punchin'. Slanesh? Too fancy. Too weird. Too many tentacles. Orcs don't like confusing fights. Tzeentch? Annoying. Full of tricks. Orcs hate being confused. They'll fight until the problem stops existing, or until they forget what they were angry about. Word-bearers tried to convert some orcs once. They started chanting. The orcs laughed, tore the altar down, and turned the daemon prince into a football. Tyranids. Oh, the bugs, the nids, that's a special rivalry. Because orcs see themselves in Tyranids, not in philosophy, not in mind, but in nature. They both swarm, they both grow, They both can't be reasoned with. Orcs call them the bug boys. They hate 'em, but they love hating 'em. Because Tyranids don't talk, don't argue, don't beg. They just come at you. And that, to an orc, that's perfect. They'll fight Tyranids for weeks, months. No real goal, just the thrill. An orc once told me, "Dem bugs don't give up. Days like us." Some fear what happens when a hive fleet meets a Waaagh. I don't. I know you get hell. Loud, endless, multi-limbed, acid-spitting hell. And nobody wins. Necrons. Orcs hate 'em. No fun, no noise, no squish. They call them boring metal gits. They don't scream, don't bleed, don't even react. They just teleport around like ghosts and shoot green death. Orcs keep fighting them anyway. They don't give up. But you can see the frustration. I saw one knob punch a Necron for 10 straight minutes. No damage. Just a dented knuckle. He finally screamed, "Bleed, you sneaky toaster," before giving up and throwing a grot at it. Themselves, oh yeah, this needs saying, orcs hate each other and love it. They fight each other constantly, for fun, for teeth, for daka, for lunch, for the sound of it. If there's no enemy nearby, they make one. If there's no war, they start one, usually in the same camp. It's not betrayal, it's culture. They see it as practice, warming up. If you survive the daily headbutts and squig bites, you're ready for the real thing. Some orc warbands spend years fighting themselves before ever leaving their planet. Then someone shouts, "Oi, let's go bash Naumis," and boom, unity. For now. So, yeah, orcs don't do diplomacy, don't do politics, don't do peace. They don't have allies, only co-combatants. And every other race in the galaxy. Just another flavor of fighting. You want to know how orcs fight? Simple. Loud. But if you think it's all random chaos and lucky accidents, you're dead wrong. Orcs might look like they're just screaming and charging with rusty cleavers, and sure, that's part of it, but there's method in their madness. The first rule of orc warfare is this: if you hit it hard enough, it counts as a plan. The initial assault, orcs don't sneak in. They don't infiltrate. They don't strike with surgical precision. They arrive. Loud, fast, heavy, and visible from orbit. They love making a mess of a landing. Drop pods? Sometimes. More often it's just crashing ships, literally. Aiming at the surface and hoping gravity does the rest. They call it a Daka drop. I once saw an orc cruiser skip through Atmo like a stone, bounce off a hive spire, and land upside down in the middle of a guard motor pool. They poured out laughing and immediately blew up everything in sight. Mob mentality. Orcs fight in mobs, not squads, not units, mobs. Clumps of boys all screaming the same thing and chasing whatever they feel like. It's not organized, but it works. Because within each mob, there's a knob keeping them focused mostly with threats, punches, and being the biggest green thing around. And when dozens of mobs charge together, it's like a tide of fists and boots and shouting teeth. It's not strategy, it's momentum. Shock and smash. They hit fast. They hit hard. They hit everywhere. They love overwhelming targets, flooding trenches, swarming vehicles, leaping onto fortifications like green-clad gorillas high on promethium fumes. If you shoot them, they laugh. If you miss, they laugh harder. If you hit too well, they'll scream, "Oh, why? No fair," and charge you anyway. Their vehicles lead the charged trucks and buggies, tearing ahead with boys hanging off the sides, firing wildly, throwing squigs, yelling faster, even when the engines are melting. Then come the heavier stuff. Death dreads stomping, cans clanking, and squigoths if they've got 'em massive beasts with turrets bolted to their backs and mouths full of screaming. Mid-battle mayhem. Orcs thrive in the middle of battle, like fish in water, if the water was on fire, and filled with broken glass. They don't get confused. They don't hesitate. The louder it gets, the better they fight. Noise is power. Confusion is fun. And as things fall apart for everyone else, the orcs just get more excited. Ammo running low. Doesn't matter. Leaders dead? Someone else shouts louder. Losing half the mob? Good, more room to swing. They'll improvise mid-battle, use bodies as ladders, duct tape grenades to grots and chuck them over walls. And always they try to get closer. Melee is the goal. Shooting is just how they say hello. Command structure, such as it is. War bosses don't bark orders like guard commanders. They scream. If a war boss wants you to attack the left flank, he'll scream, "Get dat bit," end point. If you don't get dat bit, he'll beat you to death and promote someone else. That's the chain of command. Strangely, it works. Mobs shift where they're needed. Pain boys move through the wounded like bloodied saints. Mechs repair vehicles mid-fight with nothing but a wrench and spite. If you see smoke, sparks, and a squig flying through the air, that's an orc battle plan unfolding. Fallback? What's that? Orcs don't retreat. Not unless they've got a reason. And usually, that reason is, "I'll get more boys and come back louder." But they don't break. They don't rout. Even when losing, they keep fighting. If they run, it's towards something else to fight. I saw one warband fall back once into a minefield. On purpose. They laughed when it exploded. Said it gave them a good launch toward the trenches. Sieges and urban combat. Orcs love cities. So many things to break. So many places to climb and shout from. They don't do subtle breaches. They tear down walls with claws and trucks. They'll use squigoths as battering rams. They'll catapult boys over walls with trebuchets made from stolen plumbing. And once inside, it's chaos. Fire, noise, scrap flying everywhere. And somehow, they start building things mid-fight. I saw an orc build a war buggy from rubble and a washing machine while under fire. Drove it straight into a Lehman Russ, detonated both. Biggest grin I've ever seen. Victory and aftermath. If they win, they loot. If they lose, they say it was a good scrap and try again. They don't garrison. They don't hold territory like we do. They scavenge, throw up a few banners, paint graffiti all over the place, and move on. They only stay if there's more to fight. Sometimes they even leave on purpose so someone can take it back, and they can fight for it again later. Unpredictability as strategy. Here's the real horror. Unpredictability is their strategy. You can't predict a race that doesn't care what happens. You can't outmaneuver someone who treats flanking like an afterthought and going up the middle screaming as a tactical doctrine. You think they're being stupid, and they are, but that stupidity comes with numbers, brute strength, psychic reinforcement, and a total disregard for consequences. And that, lad, is lethal. You want to know something mad, lad? Something no inquisitor dares say out loud. Even in a sealed chamber beneath a holy fortress, surrounded by sigils and silence, orcs are funny. No, really, they're bloody hilarious. They're a cosmic joke, and they're in on it. The comic relief of a dying galaxy. This galaxy, it ain't a kind place. It's grim, dark. Everyone's screaming about duty, sacrifice, heresy, fate, revenge, extinction. There's no hope, no peace, no laughter, except the orcs. They laugh at everything, at death, at pain, at war, at you. I've seen an orc trip over his own choppa, land face, first in a squig pit, get mauled, climb out with a grin, and shout, "Dat was a good un." They don't just endure the madness of the galaxy. They thrive in it, dance in it, make it louder. Absurdity as weapon. You think their gear is nonsense? It is. Their tanks have teeth. Their bombs are smiley-faced barrels with squig tails. Their aircraft are powered by spite and duct tape. I once saw a Dakajet with no wings. None. It was flying on pure belief and the screams of the pilot. "Waaagh! Wings are for grot, lovers!" he shouted just before nose. diving into a tall gunship. Still counts as a kill. Mockery, not malice. They don't hate you. That's the worst part. They don't come for vengeance, or politics, or hate. They come because you looked like you might put up a fight, and when you don't, they get bored. They like you more when you punch back. Makes the game better. I watched one orc square up to a commissar who just executed half his platoon. You know what the orc said? "Oi, you's got style. You want to join us?" Why it works. It shouldn't. In any sane universe, they'd be a footnote, a comic interlude in a long book of horror. But this isn't a sane universe. This is a place where laughter is rebellion, where joy is a weapon, where grinning in the face of an Astartes chainsword breaks the rules. And orcs break all the rules. They laugh when they die, laugh when they win, laugh when they blow themselves up with their own ammo. And in that laughter, there's something terrifying. Because it means they cannot be broken. No fear, no doubt, no end. The other races hate it. Eldar think orcs are beneath them, and it infuriates them when orcs just laugh and keep coming. To try to reason with them, and the orcs giggle, shout no, and toss a squig at their face. Humans? We try to understand them. Huge mistake. There is no understanding. There's only chaotic joy. And it gets in your head. I've seen guardsmen crack under the pressure. Not from fear, from the absurdity. From watching the enemy dance into gunfire and high-five a grot mid-fight. They shouldn't be winning, but they do. Because nothing in the galaxy is prepared to face an enemy who isn't just unafraid of death, but thinks it's hilarious. The gift of the green. You want to know my theory? Orcs were left here on purpose, not by the old ones, not by the Emperor, by fate, by irony, by whatever's left laughing in the warp. They're the punchline of the universe. And somehow that's what keeps it spinning. They don't pray, they don't cry, they don't write poems about stars or weep for lost civilizations. They just fight and laugh and paint flames on their bikes. They remind the galaxy that for all its darkness, there's still something so stupid and so loud that it can't be extinguished. You ever wonder what happens if the orcs win? I don't mean win a battle. I mean win everything. The big one. The last fight. The final wake. It sounds absurd, right? Like a joke. Like the universe itself couldn't be that ridiculous. But that's exactly the kind of joke the orcs would tell with fire and chainsaws and a crater where your city used to be. The unified Waaagh. Here's the thing. Orcs don't want peace. They don't want conquest in the way we understand it. They don't even want to win. They want to fight. But there's always been whispers, visions, glimpses, among psykers, among weird boys, among the warp, touched. A possibility, a moment where just once, all orcs agree on the same thing. One leader, one goal, one galactic scale that blots out every star. It almost happened with Ghazghkull. Almost. And that was enough to crack planets in half. But what if it really did happen? What if, just for one glorious green second, every orc in the galaxy pointed the same way and screamed, "Get dem gits," in unison? The warp would convulse. The stars would bend. And reality? Reality would laugh along. The great green galaxy. Imagine it. No more sector boundaries. No more crusades. Just the galaxy, unified under the boot of Orkish madness. Every planet covered in scrap, fire, and squig pens. Every moon turned into a fight pit. Every starship held together by belief and noise. Every day starts with a punch-up. Every meal is squig-based. Every holiday involves explosions. No taxes. No laws. Just Waaagh. The Mechanicus temples? Replaced with mech garages. The Administratum? One grot with a megaphone screaming, "Stand into line or get crumped." Craft worlds shattered. Hive fleets eaten. chaos bored to death, and best of all, no silence. Ever. Only noise, only laughter, only Daka echoing from one end of the void to the other. What would that world be like? Horrifying, chaotic, unlivable, but also strangely free. No more fear of extinction, because everyone's extinct already and doesn't care. No more dogma, no more secrets, just open, brutal, honest violence. No more whispering lies from dark corners. Everything's out in the open. I don't like you, so I'm gonna stomp you. And when it's over, they drag you to a pain boy, sew a squig to your chest, and you go again. A never-ending cycle of punchin', buildin', shoutin', breakin', fixin', laughin', explodin', repeatin'. To us, that's insanity. To them, it's paradise. The prophecy. There's an old orc tale, passed around in grunts and roars. They say there will come a day when all orcs turn to the biggest boss, when every moon is green and every sun burns red, when the biggest fight ever kicks off and never ends. They call it Da Great Green, not just a place, not just a war, but a state of being, a time where the entire galaxy is one big battleground, where there's no more enemies, because everyone's fighting everyone else all the time, forever. They dream of this. And the warp, it hears them. What if they're right? What if Ghazghkull is a prophet? What if the orcs were made to last longer than any empire? What if they're the end state of the galaxy? Not a mistake, but the final punchline. Because everything else breaks, falls apart, burns out. But orcs? They get stronger the worse it gets. And maybe that's the real horror. That all our sacrifices, our saints, our strategies, our prayers, all lead not to victory, but to louder boots, bigger guns, and a squig laughing in your ventilation shaft. One day you'll look up at the stars. You'll see them going dark. Not because of tyranids, not because of chaos, not because of the cold, unfeeling march of machines, but because an orc just painted a whole moon red to make it go faster. And you'll realize the future belongs to, you still here? Ha, thought you might have run, or passed out. Most do. But you stayed. Good. That means you're ready to hear the last part. See, I've told you about the orcs, told you what they are, how they fight, how they live, what they might become. And now you're asking the real question, the one you didn't say out loud but couldn't stop thinking. Can we beat them? The truth? Number. Not in the way you want. Not in the way that sticks. You can kill orcs, yes. You can burn them. You can destroy their camps, flatten their mobs, vaporize their fleets. But they'll come back. They always do. Because they're rooted, not just in the ground, not just in the stars, in the nature of the galaxy. They were made to survive. They were built for war, not as a flaw, as a design. You don't get rid of orcs. You manage them, like fire, like rust, like fungus on the walls of the universe. The true horror, it's not their weapons. It's not their numbers. It's not even their belief. It's that they're happy. In a galaxy of agony, they laugh. In a void of fear, they grin. In a universe built on lies and duty and suffering, they're the only ones who love the way things are. They're not just at peace with endless war. They rejoice in it. It makes them complete. And that makes them unbreakable. Why we need them. Now here's the heresy, lad. Lean close. We need them. No, not on the battlefield. Not in the way the guard needs tanks or the mechanicus needs oil. We need orcs because they are the laughter in the dark. The proof that the universe, for all its horror, still has room for something ridiculous, something that doesn't fit, something loud and stupid and alive. Without them, we'd all go mad, or worse, start thinking the galaxy was meant to be this way. But when you hear that deep, throaty echo echoing through the void, you remember. No one is in control. Not the Emperor, not the Chaos Gods, not the Xenos philosophers, or the black-armored heretics. Just a bunch of green lunatics hurling squigs at a titan. And somehow, that's kind of beautiful. One last warning. So, here's my advice, Acolyte. When you meet an orc, don't talk. Don't negotiate. Don't run statistics. Don't ask questions. Fight or get out of the way. And when they're gone, burn everything. Soil, scrap, air itself. If you leave even one spore, they'll be back. And when they come, they'll be louder. Because they always are. The fire crackles. The shadows grow longer. Anyway, that's the tale. The truth. You can report what you like to your masters. Redact what you must. Sanction me if they say so. But remember this. When the next green tide rolls over the stars, when your vox goes quiet and your trenches shake, you'll know, I told you. And somewhere out in the void, Gork and Mork are laughing.